Hello, hello. Happy Wednesday. Welcome back to Alchemy Factory. It's been a hot minute since I've been playing this. Do I remember how anything works? Maybe. We were working on what? I think we managed to get everything automated that needed to be automated. Yes, the shop is open. And we need to work our way to the Vitality Potion. I think there's a few things that I still wanted to do to get things like fully automated. I don't think we're making fertilizer yet. Yeah. So to get all of this stuff properly running, I'll need to get fertilizer automated so I don't have to be growing plants by hand. And I think that's where we left off, was trying to figure out fertilizer. So, what do I want to do with that? We do have money. Money has still not, like, fully backed up. Which might be fine. It is close to fully backed up, though. This one's fully backed up. This is not. Obviously, letting this run this way, this is going to buffer many thousands of coins worth of limestone at the bottom here. I think I also have some issues with my charcoal processing. Like, I don't know if we're quite making enough charcoal with this build. And I think I was also thinking about wanting to switch everything over to charcoal dust because it has a slightly better fuel value. But I did not do that yet. So those are kind of the options to start with, is figuring out, do I want to do full charcoal dust first? And then we can... Yeah, because we have no charcoal buffered whatsoever. So I could rip this down and do the full conversion of charcoal to charcoal dust if I want to, right? Each of these is 15 a minute. So that's 1 per second, 2 per second that we're making of charcoal. And then fully feed that into dust, however many of these machines it takes to do. Oh, it's the same amount. So we only need like 8 of them to do this. And then everything can run off of that ground charcoal instead. Let's do that. I think that's an easy enough change to begin with. This is still somewhat annoying to me. All right, so charcoal. We'll come in here. And we'll go into a bunch of grinders. And then output of those can come into... Oh, I'm out of wood. Where do I have wood? Probably upstairs. Oh, no, I made a thing just so I would have. Good job, Brennan. And then that goes into... I guess it can just be actually one of these storage boxes. One of these outputs needs to come down and hook up to the input here. And one of them needs to run everything else. Sorry, I'm trying to remember the controls for this game. There we go. Then the other side of this will come out and will feed everything else. Which includes all of the places that need fuel over here, as well as our, whatever this is, bricks, clay. Cool. So this is going to take a minute because it does need to fully, like, rebuffer with the charcoal powder out to the... Oh, these don't have a buffer, so I can't actually put these into it, unlike some of the other machines. Okay. I don't know if this is going to be enough, by the way, to get everything actually running. Like, the fuel value change here is not huge. 40 to 4. I mean, it's 20% extra. All right. That's not terrible. That's an improvement. So... we'll see if this is enough. If it's not enough, then we're going to have to build more charcoal, which, like, isn't a huge deal, but it's not necessarily what I want to spend my time doing. But at least we've got bricks going again. So I think what I want to work on with this maybe fixed, or at least slightly better than it was, is fertilizer. Our goal is the vitality potion. And if we look at that in... actually, I may not even have the tech tree for that yet. Yeah, it's down here. I don't have it yet. I want to be careful about unlocking anything that people might want me to sell. Yeah, like glass is a good. So when I unlock glass, I have to be like ready to sell glass, or else my shop quality is gonna go down, and we don't want that. So I need to be thinking about that and sort of prepping for glass. But before that, I do want to get fertilizer done. So let's figure out fertilizer. the most basic of fertilizers, which is made from quicklime powder and plant ash. Plant ash is made in a crucible from sage. Okay. It takes 3 seconds. What does growing a sage plant take? I don't know if I have any sage planted. Okay, we'll have to figure that out. And then fertilizer, of course, takes 4 seconds. So 4 machines making plant ash can run 3 machines making fertilizer. The quicklime powder takes 9 seconds. That also takes 9 seconds. Well, and this is 150 and 450 seconds is 3 seconds. Okay. So four setups for quicklime can run 9 doing fertilizer. No. Nine of these runs 4 of these. Sorry, because that just gets us to 1 a second each. And then plant ash is 3 of these runs 4 of these. So that's 12 total crucibles. Each of these guys holds, what, 3 crucibles? So that's manageable. Yeah. Let's look at that from... Let's build a couple of tables. Do I have space to do this, like, effectively anywhere? Not really. We're going to squeeze this in, and we're going to deal with the consequences of our actions later. And I want 4 of these. Yes. And then... Wait. Everything for this was crucible, right? Not kiln? Crucible. Crucible. Okay. Just making sure. All right. So 3 of these are going to come from sage, and the other 9 come from whatever I said. Quicklime. And then throw that onto another table. And that's made in an assembler into fertilizer. All right. That's not that bad. Assembler. Put it in a buffer chest. Oh, but no, I said 4 assemblers, didn't I? Now here's the fun part. How do I route this to 4 assemblers? I think what I do is... One of these goes up. One of these does not. We go across like this, like that. We use stands. And then we can drop through. One, two, three, four. And pull through. One, two, three, four. I think that looks fine. The question is, can I fit another table here? Oh, yes, I can. Okay, we're good. We're golden. And then each of these guys, I need more wood. They will all output like that. Feeds a buffer chest, which don't love my options, but I think we're going to use this style. Actually, if we just do it like that, and then we take the output here, and then we can route that wherever we need to route it. I don't know if this is going to be enough. I mean, this is 1 fertilizer per second. I'm hoping this is going to be enough, but I really don't know. So, looking at the quicklime powder. Oh, that needs an extra processing step. Shoot, you cook it and then you grind it, not grind it and then cook it. My bad. We can fix that though. Although it's gonna take a little bit of shenanigans. I hate to rebuild the whole thing, but I'm going to. All right, so we cook and then grind. So each of these needs to go through a grinder. Just like that. So that means our table, I'm actually going to pull over to this side. And then up like that. Whereas these guys will come over like that. And across. And then the jack stands, lab stands. And across. And then those all need to come down. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Now if we drop down another table, we can hook up these guys again. 1, 2, 3, 4. End of day again. Cool. So that's this part. To feed in... I mean, it's 1 a second, right? I need 1 stone a second. So that's 3 stone crushers feeding this thing. That's not too bad. And then these last 3 get fed by, I'm not sure, however many gardens I need to feed the sage, which I'm honestly not sure about. Input here. This is going to be set to buy limestone. We cook the limestone into quicklime. And then we grind the quicklime into the powder. All right. Oh, and I need to set all these to the right recipe. Is there a... Open the interaction panel. Yeah. What I want to know... Check the keybinds. Copy recipe. Comma and period. All right. Kind of awkward. I'll take it, though. We out of anything? Probably. Yeah, we're out of healing potions. We're out of whatever that is supposed to be. And we're out of healing potions because I haven't replanted any of the stuff that grows by hand. Because why would I? Presumably this also is something that is missing. Yeah, rope. No. Next one over. Fiber. Yeah, both of these need fertilizer to be up and running before they can turn on, so... Now, let's get a couple more. How much money do I have? Almost none. All of my money currently is going into buffering things. All right, it is catching up, though, so that's good. So let me grab... Well, I'm going to need at least 2 sage seeds, aren't I? I'm going to need 1 to grow by hand to bootstrap the farm, and then I'm going to need 1 to actually plant. And I don't even know if 1... That's not what I want. I want this one. I need iron ingots. Where's iron? This looks like iron. I don't even know if one of these is enough, but we'll start with one, and if it's not enough, I can always add more. Let's drop in a little storage chest here. Honestly, small one's probably good enough. This way I can drop in the sage that I grow by hand. One of these, whoops. Sage seeds. So this takes 36 nutrient value, and regular fertilizer is 12 a second. So it's 3 seconds. So if I want one of these a second, it's going to be 3 of these machines. Okay. Why do I feel like most of our fertilizer is going to get looped right back around making more fertilizer? But that'll be fine. Obviously, I need to put more sage seeds in there. But for now, I just need to grow one to bootstrap. Oh, I didn't hook all this up to fuel either. Well, that's a problem. There's a way to copy and paste, isn't there? Quick clone middle mouse button, huh? That just clones the one thing. Bulk delete, shortcuts, hotbar. I know this has a blueprint mode. Oh, there's bulk clone mode. Okay. How do I go into bulk clone mode? Bulk delete mode. Bulk clone mode is B. Okay. And then if I do that, yes. Okay. And then if I hit those two, there we go. And now if I cut those, I can put them somewhere else, just temporarily. Look at that. That's super useful. Now I can get down here to this, where I need to put fuel into this thing. That was all I was doing, was getting access to... Getting access to where the fuel belt needs to go. And let me grab that from, like, here. Am I out of wood again? I'm out of wood again. Let me see if I can steal some from, like, yeah, here we go. And it all goes right back where it was. All right. Did I do something wrong at that end? We don't seem to have fuel coming on the fuel belt. I did do something wrong. Cool. And we're buffering bricks, and I think once bricks back up, this whole system will buffer a lot more charcoal. So actually, let's do it right through here. That's going to be the output, and initially the fertilizer just loops right back and feeds itself. All right, well, in theory, I got to get these guys plant ash, so we're just waiting for the first... Did I actually plant this sage? No, I didn't, because I'm an idiot. Plant it. All right. Because I don't think I have any sage anywhere else. Probably not. So we're going to have to wait for that one sage plant to grow before we can actually start the nursery up. Otherwise, how's the rest of the base doing? Healing potions are busted until we get fertilizer, because I don't want to grow a bunch of sage by hand. Same goes upstairs, I think, for rope and linen fabric. Yeah. Obviously, I need a bunch of seeds for all this stuff as well. All right, so the nutrient value is 144. We make... And we're going to make 4 of those a second. So that's 576? Yes. It does 12 a second, which will grow sage in 3 seconds. Will grow flax in 2 seconds. Will grow red currant in, 12 seconds. If I'm understanding how this works with the required nutrient and the nutrients per second of the fertilizer, which I may not be. I could be totally wrong about how that works. We do still have a little bit of linen fabric buffered and a little bit of linen rope buffered. Although we're running out of it quickly. Health potions we're already out of, which I don't love. I could close the shop until this comes online, I guess. But it's nice to have the income, and if my shop level drops a little bit, oh well. It's very easy to get it back up to max. All right. What are these quests in here? Bandages, I haven't even started making yet. Carpenter request wants 100 wooden pulleys. I don't think I can make those yet either. Can't do this quest. I could do this quest. I can grab some more iron. That's a chunk of money. That would just get me, that would get me enough money to put in some more of the seeds that I'm going to need for my system to run, so... this one. An urgent request for 60 linen. I don't think I have that much linen, so... that one's going to sit, unfortunately. 2 sage seeds. We're going to do this like one thing at a time while I try to figure out what seeds I actually need. Oop, okay, end of the day. Thank you. Sage seeds, okay. This setup, it looks like I have set up with 2 flax and 3 that were going to be for sage. And I'm assuming I did my math on this. Apologies. Had to mute and sneeze there for a second. Because this will be like 1 per second, and this will be like 1 per second. And I think that's right. So that's 3 more sage seeds. Or like, if that ratio isn't right, then we'll figure it out real quick. And then upstairs, we've got... this already has the plants that we need for rope. And this is just 4 flax. Feeding 6. 2 a second. Grinder takes 3 seconds. Yeah, I guess that's right. All right, sage into the system, and it should start making fertilizer. And then that'll loop right around and start feeding the sage itself. So this system should pretty much just run at this point, as long as it keeps getting money for stone. Yeah, 3 seconds. That's what I thought. So this is 1 a second. 3 of these guys, 1 a second. Awesome. And that feeds 4 of these, 4 seconds, 1 a second. 1 a second fertilizer. Love it. So let's turn health potions on. I think that is a reasonable one to do next. Can I? Yes, I definitely can. I just want to get the fertilizer input on this to be a little bit easier to deal with, like that. That's fine. And then I actually want to pull off from the other output of this, because storage boxes work as like priority splitters, basically. The input it's coming in from, it goes to the same output until that output is blocked, and then it comes out the other side. So I can use this setup here to ensure that this loops back to itself first with priority before it comes around to everything else, all the other potential consumers. Cool. That'll get health potions running as soon as this all backs up on fertilizer. Did I actually confirm that I have the ratios on health potions, like, correct? Probably not. Goods. Potions. 6 sage powder. 1 sage powder a second. Which is 1 sage a second. All right. And then 6 flax fiber a second, which is 3 of those. No. Oh, it's 1 to 1. So yeah. Sorry, 6 flax fiber in 6 seconds, which is 1 sage per second. Yeah. So it should be 3 grinders making the fiber, 3 grinders making sage powder. And that is what I have, 3 and 3. Cool. This is starting to back up, which is great. I don't know how much per second does this consume? I guess if it uses 12 fertilizer energy a second, and each fertilizer 3/12 per second. So it uses 1/4 of a fertilizer per second, and I make 1 per second. So I only get 3/4 per second, basically. Or in other words, I can run 12 total, well, 9 off of this build with its fully self-containedness. I can run 9 additional machines, which isn't great, but isn't awful. So we've got 5 of them here, so I can only run 4 more. So if I want to run, I think, everything I need to run, like if I want to run these and these, we need more fertilizer per second, but also I'm willing to bet this stuff's going to buffer. Oh, speaking of, we don't actually need this buffer here anymore. and here. Helps if we actually are running the system at full speed, doesn't it? So yeah, I could bring it up here and we can hook it up to all this. I do want to get rid of these buffers, I think. I think they are a bad idea. I don't need that much of these plants buffered. Like, I really don't think I care about having the plants buffered at all. There we go. And then this will have an input like that in some description. Same here. Get rid of this. I love the copy and paste, though. That's real nice. And can I manage to, like... Yeah, that should work. So those will all be hooked up, and then I have to bring up the fertilizer from down here, which is easier said than done, probably. Not quite. Let's try there. Still not quite. Once more with feeling, Brandon. Hey, we have health potions happening automatically. What I am hoping / assuming is that over time things will start to buffer and back up, and the fertilizer will end up being enough for our actual demand for everything, and we just haven't gotten there yet. Oh, and I actually still need to get 4 more flax. Well, 12 more flax, really. But that would be a lot of flax to run fabric at full speed, and I don't know if I'm actually going to do that anytime soon. Seems excessive. Cool. We got rope again. We will very shortly have fabric again. I think I can tear down all of this, which is fantastic. We are going to need to duplicate this build of fertilizer. So I actually want to try to make this make a little more sense. Let's do, yeah, because I can take all of this, cut it, and put it like one further in. Ooh, maybe I can't. No. Oh, because this is in the way. So this has to move too. There we go. Oh, God. How did I end up with all this limestone? I know how I ended up with it. It's because I accidentally took apart the purchasing portal. Let's deal with that in a second. I probably just need to drop it in a chest somewhere, unfortunately. For now. But what I was trying to do was move, and I hope I can do this now. Yeah, move that up so that more of it is like one path. And then that is easier to hook up. Basically, I'm trying to make this whole thing a little bit easier to deal with when I'm ready to copy and paste it. And I think that's going to be what we want. Because now we have one input for the loop back of fertilizer. Still can't like perfectly copy and paste the whole build. I would want to get like tables down through here or something if I wanted to make it really easy. But at least now if I just grab like the tables and the furnaces, I can get like the two halves of the build pretty quickly. And that is what matters. So when I do need to double this, and I will need to double it, it won't be too much hassle. Same with charcoal. It would be nice if the fuel feed for the charcoal was a little bit easier to get to, but once again, we can deal. Let's throw our fertilizer back in. Got a little bit of sage buffered. What do I do with that? I think it goes right in here. That was the wrong direction. There we go. Again, we don't really need to be buffering it, but whatever. I think it's fine to be buffering it in one build, so I can grab it if I need it to, like, bootstrap anything, and we just won't buffer it in other builds. We are very nearly out of linen, though, so that's going to be a thing. But yeah, we're sending fertilizer up there now, so I'm not too concerned about it. All right, that's progress. Twitch wants to run an ad. I'm going to let Twitch go ahead and run its ad break. I'm going to step away and get myself a little bit of water while the ad break runs. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes when we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. Hey, Abaddon, good to see you. Okay, fertilizer is running. And that means, in theory, we're making everything we need now. Might take a minute for rope and linen to start buffering again, but at least we will have some amount of them. So that is good. We really aren't making enough fertilizer to run all of this at full scale, but again, I don't think it's going to run at full scale. I think we're going to start buffering eventually health potions and rope and linen, so it should do okay. I hope it's enough. If not, at least this build is done in a way that's relatively straightforward to like copy and paste. So I think the next step is gonna be glass. If we look at, well, no, let's look at the like requests and see if we can fulfill any of them quickly. I think the answer is no. So the next step is when we're working towards vitality potions down here, we're going to need glass in order to make whatever it is we need to make. The 4, whatever. We need stuff in a blender, and the blender is going to need glass. The extractor is going to need glass. The conical flasks are going to need glass. Soap is a good. We'll look at that later. Pipelines for transporting liquids. We're going to need these, obviously. Oh, and wooden pulleys, which I guess we need for the drawbridge conveyors. The crossway tunnels. That does seem useful. I mean, it's not that hard to build a little bridge. I build little bridges all over the place in my factory, but all right, I'm getting distracted. If we're going to do glass, glass happens at a kiln. 6. So to run 1 machine making glass, I need 1 sand a second. Okay. And that gives us 1/6 of a glass per second. Let's, we are going to want glass hooked up to be sold. And I think it's going to come down this one because I don't actually have anything hooked up there yet. It doesn't seem like glass is a very big build, which I'm fine with because I don't necessarily have the space for a big build. Yeah, we can hook up to this output kind of from over here, from anywhere over here. We have space. So let's take a look at doing so 3 of these is probably too much. Because each of these needs, did I say 6 a second? Yeah, 6 sand in 6 seconds. And I'm assuming sand is 1 per second from the standard recipe. No. Oof. Sand is 1 every 12 seconds. So if I want 6 in 6 seconds. Six in 6 seconds, 1 per second. That's 12 machines doing, all right, yeah, that's a big build. 12 of these little guys. One, two, three, four, that was 7. But also, let's do that a little differently. If we come in... What? Oh. Whoa! I just learned a thing. Shift scroll wheel. I have multiple... You can have multiple different building pellets. Cool. Obviously, I read the instructions like a good streamer. All right, so we want 6, 6. There's our output. There's our input. And then we will have another table, because it's always another table. Oh, I'm out of wood. So we'll feed in here. I need, again, 1 stone. Here, we're not doing 3 of these. And actually, let's do... Let's get the charcoal input on that on a different side, just so it's a little bit easier to deal with. Instead of being under the table. So if I want 1 a second, that's 3 stone crushers. Which don't quite fit on the table in that direction. Because of course they don't. But they do fit this way. So 3 stone. And then I'm going to need a spot for a portal. Which I guess is going to be a whole table just for a portal, but that's fine. I don't have what I need for a portal. It's going to be end of the day again soon. There's no healing potion. What do you mean there's no healing potions? Yeah, I guess the way this is working... Oh, yep. We're maybe buffering a little bit of fertilizer at the front. I could change this, I'm sure. I could adjust the routing so it would split like before. I don't care. It'll buffer and then it'll figure itself out. All right, portal in, which is going to get limestone. And then that it gets crushed down into sand, and this will make glass. Let's grab all of our stones here. That aside for now. That's not what I want. Where's my small floors? Don't I have small floors? Isn't this a thing? Oh, it's a variant of the big floor, isn't it? There we go. The question is, can I bring coins up here in a way that... Yes, I think so. I think we want to go up right like that. Oop, end of the day again. I'm actually going to move this table over. Oops. That's not helpful. Cool. This needs a charcoal input, which I'm not necessarily bringing up right now. I'll get that hooked back up in a second. I just wanted this off of these platforms specifically. Because I want to try to get charcoal up here. Yeah. That doesn't look so bad, does it? I think we are going to need more charcoal, unfortunately. Deal with that soon. But yeah, the charcoal build is actually pretty modular. This shouldn't be too hard to, like, get redone. If I do need to duplicate it. more holes in my floor as I get various materials sent up and down and around, but that's okay. Let's get this rebuilt where it needs to be. That needs to be set to limestone, but I actually want this to output enough of its limestone that I can drop the one in my inventory into one of these machines first. And then I'll turn on the purchasing. Ooh. All right, that's fine. We can fix this. The issue was that we didn't have a way to output from this kiln. It would have sloped right down to the open space. But now we have an output. Now I just have to get it to here, which is perhaps easier said than done. There. That wasn't so bad, actually. That could have been so much worse. So I think what I can do is I can close the shop and I can let this start to buffer glass and then reopen the shop once we have it being sold. So let's start the glass research. Let's close shop. And it wouldn't be so bad to stay closed for a little while anyway, just to let fertilizer try to do its thing. All right, we got glass. We should be able to set the recipe up here. Oh, I need to be buffering glass as well. Okay, let me, glad I caught that. All right, once we get a little bit of glass down here, I can open shop again. Do I want to just double my fertilizer? I mean, I don't want to, but maybe I should if I can find a spot. I mean, I can definitely make space for it through here. If I move these two belts, I can move things around and get the build sort of readjusted around this. Let's do it. So if we go into build mode, we can confirm. Can I All right, you can't mirror, unfortunately, from the blueprint mode, which means we're going to be still outputting to, like, this side. Maybe I want to do that a little further away. No, it's fine. Let's get these guys. Actually, before we do that, let's get a place for the charcoal fuel. Yeah, we need to run this belt. Ooh, actually, this does have to be moved. I was wrong. The hitboxes on some of these things can be a little rough sometimes when you're trying to copy and paste. All right, let's copy this first. Let's leave a gap right here. Actually, let's go a little bit further. Sorry, I'm figuring out what I want to do here as I go, which is always dangerous, but let's get rid of that. Let's run a belt in here. Thanks. There it goes. And then here. And then we're going to have some blocks here. Now if we go back, these guys would go here. And that's the charcoal in to like both of these modules effectively. So now if we grab these two parts of the build, get it all hooked up. Oh, I need more wood. More wood. Cool. And then these two tables I think are pretty much the same. They don't change between the two, but oh, I need to grab a core for the purchasing portal, or else it's going to get mad at me. Now let's go ahead and copy these, and hopefully we have everything we need for them. No, I need cogs. Did I also need clay? I didn't actually look that closely, which is probably a problem. No, I need iron, though. Iron is downstairs. Cool. Now, it's just a matter of hooking up the different inputs. Whoops, that was in exactly the wrong spot. So that loops the fertilizer back to itself. I'm obviously going to have to hook up coins, add a limestone there so it's out of my inventory. And then this belt needs to like merge with the rest of the fertilizer in the loop. Also, why is this not running? Oh, because it doesn't have heat, probably. Because this. Yeah. That's my bad. Let's get that hooked up. And then I also need to figure out how to get coins hooked up, which is not going to be this way anymore. Coins are going to go a different route, which we'll deal with in a second. Let's get charcoal done first. I need 3 sage plants. I need some fertilizer, which I might have. Doesn't look like I have it in my inventory. That's fine. Can I throw this in here? I can. So, what do I need? I need fertilizer in here. I'm going to have to double charcoal too, which I'm not excited about, but that's okay. Let me go buy 3 sage plants. That's an easy thing for me to do. Whoop, end of the day again. Hopefully we made money. No, not even a little bit. But that's okay. The shop's been shut down while the glass gets started. Which, speaking of, I probably need to turn on the stone purchasing machine. Yeah, we do have glass being produced. But it's not... Oh, this probably doesn't have its target set. There we go. That's good. And then let me grab some fertilizer here. And that's going to let this system start to bootstrap itself. I should probably make a blueprint for some of these overpasses that I use constantly. But let's see, I think everything else comes right over here. And into there. And that'll be coins fed to the hole. Whoops. Coins fed to the whole system. There we go. And I think the only thing left here is the main output of this fertilizer run, which kind of has to get merged with the other fertilizer. And I'm not super thrilled about any of my options for how to do that, but I think it's going to be this. All right. So instead of 3/4 fertilizer a second, this should now be 1.5 fertilizer a second. Really? I have no money? Oh, the shop is closed. Of course I have no money. I mean, I can throw some money in, but since we have glass, we have health potions, I think we have everything. I can actually reopen the shop. Bulk order, random request. Yeah, let's do it. Urgent request, 270 nails. Do I have 300 nails sitting around in a box? Oh yeah, I do. I'll take that urgent request. And we'll throw all the copper in the box. And I'll hold on to the silver for when I need to buy things. That's generally been my approach. Because the silver doesn't take up any space in my inventory, and the copper does. We definitely do sit with a lot of coins on belts, but I don't know really how to deal with that. Yeah, we need more charcoal. This is not working. And I need stone. Where do I have a buffer of crushed stones? Do I have one up here? Yes. Is this gonna fit here? Oh no, it doesn't fit. So we're gonna have to do this differently. All right, I can get this all to fit like this way. I don't know why all of those machines are red. Do I not have enough wood? Let me go grab a couple hundred more wood. May as well. Can't hurt. Yeah, why is all that red? Oh no, it all got built. Okay, it's just the portal thingy that didn't get built. No idea then. All right, so that's where we're going to put in our purchasing portal. And then we need to have... I think it is like from here over to like here. This is our input for feeding the furnaces. And then this table gets us grinding. Now, one of these, I think it's the right-hand one, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. This is going to be the loop back for this to fuel itself. And then this one needs to go out and merge with, well, really it needs to merge over to like here, because this is where all of the charcoal goes. So I guess we do it like what? Like that. Like that. And then these guys are going to need some initial fuel, which I can do. Let's grab the portal stone thingy. Yeah. Logs. And if we start to give some of these guys fuel, they will start to heat up. And we will get charcoal starting to come through. I did open the shop, right? Yes. I mean, I'm sitting on a little bit of money, but not a lot. There we go. Now people are buying things. Yeah, and I think all of these machines have been buffering themselves up, and it's gonna take a minute before all of this really gets going, I think. Because we got to get coins up to this end. We got to get... Yeah, the fertilizer's not, second fertilizer machine isn't on yet. And none of the fertilizer machines are getting enough charcoal, which is going to slow down their production a lot. That's why we just doubled our charcoal machine. 4 seconds, so... Yeah, that's 2 a second in theory. And so is this in theory. In practice, less. It's 2 a second minus however much this is consuming, right? But yeah, as these turn on, it'll get itself where it needs to go. Let's clear out our inventory just a little bit, get organized. So yeah, this is all pretty much just, this is going slowly because it's not getting heat yet. As soon as this starts to get heat, this is going to go full force. Same with this one. I'm worried that we're running low on linen and we're out of potions because we're not getting enough fertilizer coming through. But glass should just be chugging along up there because glass is, glass is like all the way buffered. Good. And we're going to need glass for our next machines, I think, when we want to start doing liquid stuff. So let's get the pipeline researched. And then we're going to want to do the extractor and the blender. And probably the conical flask. I'm assuming that like flasks on top of furnaces is a processing thing to like heat fluids, but I don't actually know for sure. I don't remember if I took out a loan or not. No. So I could actually... Oh. Grab the biggest loan. And then... There we go. That should help the system fully buffer. I just have to remember that I did that. And pay it off as soon as I can. Yeah, expenses, 30,000, earnings, well, 10 silver. But yeah, this should now be able to, like, fill every single one of these belts fully. And get everything actually saturated, and then... That'll make it a little bit easier moving forward when I want to turn things on. And then I can pay off the loan from shop proceeds. But until everything like actually gets fully saturated and like we have logs coming in here and we have enough charcoal coming out and all those things, we're gonna struggle. I don't know if this is the right way to do this. This doesn't seem like it's actually doing what I want. Maybe it is. Maybe I just want to, like, split these to the two halves of the factory. Like that. So let this one just focus on making bricks now. And then this one runs whatever's down here, basically just fertilizer. That's a lot for just fertilizer, but you know what? Fertilizer's important. There we go. That's working now. This conveyor wasn't quite right. And then coins going up, and up is to glass, I believe. Yeah. Cute. All right. That looks good. Everything looks like it's pretty much running now. These guys are going. It's to a second. To a second. To a second. Yep. Yep. So this one's running glass and fertilizer, and this one is running iron and bricks, apparently. Sure. I don't know what our demand for charcoal or for fuel in general is going to be sort of once we're steady state. So it's going to take a little while before things really get to that point. But I'm hoping we're sending enough charcoal into this system now that it's actually going to be able to, like, turn everything on. Yeah, this is struggling to be able to fuel these. But I'm also not sure that this is totally... Yeah, I mean, that looks like it's a full belt coming through now, so this is fully turned on. We're pretty close to it. Ah, there we go. But glass just saturated. So that should help this run a little more consistently, I hope. I don't know. We'll find out. I don't think any of this stuff is really running at full speed, but... Well, I think I need to keep pushing forward here. Let's grab the blender research. We'll grab the flask research. Wow, all of that 25,000 copper has gone like directly into all these logs on belts and stuff. All right. So if this system could run at full speed, and it seems like it's still not getting enough charcoal dust to do so, it would be at what? We'd have like 1.5 fertilizer a second, but which is 3/4 of a belt at my current upgrade level. My belts are upgraded to 2 per second. I don't think we're quite there yet, obviously. So let's take a look at what do we need for, here we go, liquids. Fruit wine is made in an extractor, makes 10 in 6 seconds. All right. Lime water, quick lime powder in an extractor, 30 in 3 seconds. 50 in 2 seconds for linseed oil. Sure. Glass we know about. So to make the vitality potion, we need 4 quicklime powder in 2 seconds. So that's half a powder per second and 10 fruit wine per second. This makes 10 in 6 seconds. So that's 6 machines trying to grow it. And then we need, I think it would be like 12. All right, we might not run this at full speed because I think it would be like 12 nurseries making the red currant, which feels excessive to me. I don't know why. It feels excessive. Oh, look at that. Rope is going to start to back up. Excellent. And we're also making cool. All right. So we are like slowly but surely getting fertilizer where it needs to go. But it is slow but sure. Whoops. What does this cost, by the way? 150 silver. I think I've bought everything that I can buy cheaply. I think everything else I really need, like, to tier up what I can... Oh, that one's only 15,000 copper. Okay. What's this one? That's only 10,000 copper. All right, I could actually buy some of these. I didn't realize that I had missed a couple of these on this part of the block. Although I need to repay my loan first. Random quest, 30 healing potions is a lot. All right, it's ad break o'clock. When we're back from the ad, I think we're going to figure out the fluids and we're going to work on getting that vitality potion. And hopefully it makes me a lot of money because we need it. Oh, we're not really rolling in it right now. Well, we are. It's just all tied up in resources and conveyor belts and other things. We will be rolling in it soon, I swear. But yeah, we'll figure out potion number 2 when we're back from the break. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay. We have... What do we have? We have glass. We have... Potions are still being slow. Potions are being slow because... Alright, charcoal is slowly buffering further up the path here. So this might resolve itself. Might resolve itself. Might resolve itself. If not, then I'm going to have to build yet another charcoal build, and I don't know where I'm going to put it. Well, I sort of know where I would put it. Here, right? I need to grab these two buildings at, what, 10,000 plus 15,000? Yeah. And that would give us a lot more space to work. I didn't realize I had those available to me. But yeah, they are what we need for sure. Can I see? No. Probably it's because I haven't researched the tech yet. I don't actually know what a silver. I think a silver coin is 1,000 copper. I could be wrong. I think it's got to be 1,000 copper. So if I need 25,000, then I need, well, 21,000 plus the 4 silver that I have. Random quest, bulk order, yeah, neither of those are happening right now. Healing potions are just still too slow with fertilizer still barely catching up. And until fertilizer catches up. Yeah, we are still making rope, though. We are still making a little bit of linen fabric. All right, let's figure out, what do we need? We're going to need an extractor. We're going to need a blender. I was hoping I would be able to build this thing for the potions, like, in the new space. I'm kind of stalling, hoping to get more... Oh, I'm out of wood. Why am I having so much trouble? All right, so yeah, these walls will come around here like this. We're gonna have roof pieces like all along here. Let me grab a bunch of bricks so I can actually... I'm trying to get an idea for how much space I have to work with, like, up in here before I move on. So yeah, if that's the space we have to work with, I think we can get our potions made around here and somehow sent down where they need to go. I think we can manage this. It might not be pretty, but we'll get it managed. What is that thing? Notice board. All right. Cool. So we're going to have a couple of tables to begin with, always. All right. So we're going to have a extractor, right? Which is going to make what? Makes 10 fruit wine in 6 seconds. I said that if I wanted to make an entire machine's worth of vitality potions, I need 10 fruit wine per second. So that's 6 extractors. More glass. Cool. And 6 of these guys does fit exactly on a table, which is pretty nice. Now, to make each of these uses 1 red current in 6 seconds. And we have 6 of them, so that's 1 red current in per second. To make the red currents, it's 144, which is 12 seconds with regular fertilizer. So I need 12 growy doodles to make the red currants for that setup. Which is a lot. And yes, growy doodle is a technical term. Yeah, I can fit 6 of them on here. Really 3 on one. So maybe I do this at half scale with 6 machines spitting out the... Because I can do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Run just 3 of these. And then those need pipes out the top of them. Sure. And then the other ingredient to this is what? Some amount of whatever that is. Yeah, quicklime. But like, that's fine. That feeds into this mixer. Excuse me? This is surprisingly difficult to work with. Sorry, I'm struggling just a little bit. Go over this far and then Z-axis down. No, can't do that. T-swaps. There we go. That's what I was looking for. I did not expect switch form to work that way. That's... okay. Probably it says something about that in the manual, if I found the pipeline instructions and read them. Yeah, T to toggle between horizontal and vertical. Or vertical, press R to toggle between X and Y planes. Alright. Can I get that to do what I want a little more cleanly? And yeah, the middle clicking on them does a bad job, for sure. There we go, that's what I want. So then, that needs, we also need half of a quicklime powder per second. Okay. Where am I doing stuff with quicklime? Down here. What are my numbers for these? No, it doesn't actually show it. 1 in 9 seconds. Oh, that's doesn't really cut in half, does it? Oh, but it's half again that because I'm... So it's like 2 1/4 machines. Gross. I'm going to call that 3, and we're going to just move on with our lives. And then running 3 of those is... let me just see my existing ratios. 1 of these runs 3 of these and 3 of these. Yes. All right. That's not bad. I am going to need, though, heating. There. There we go. That should be... that'll be the quicklime powder. And then the input to this is a single stone crusher. And we can do direct insertion on the... oh, I don't have a portal sigil. That looks... oops. As I was saying, that looks pretty okay. I've got to get further... well, I got to make 2 more nurseries, which is clay that I probably don't actually have. Because probably we sold a lot of stuff today. That's a good sign. I was going to say, we probably don't have clay because bricks are probably still not fully backed up. Which means clay won't be backing up yet. Indeed. But there's a little bit sitting in the machines. All right, so 2 of these guys. Fertilizer right up here. Overflow it all the way across. And then... Oop, I need rope. There's our output, which... will need to be set to the right. Good, we can do that later. I haven't actually unlocked the tech yet. I'm getting everything like up and running first. That's limestone. So I gotta get charcoal up here, which is gonna stink. And I gotta get fertilizer over here, which is also gonna stink. Yeah, I need the longer ones, and I need steel before I can get the longer beams. Okay. I actually could put a floor probably on part of this. Yeah. Maybe that's enough that we can get fertilizer over here reasonably sanely. And charcoal. Oops. So that would be charcoal in. We do have charcoal up here. It's right here. All right, there's charcoal. And then fertilizer, I mean, basically the same thing, right? We just fork it off right here, send it under. No! What did we do? Oh, we're okay. Fertilizer. So I think that's everything I'm going to need for the vitality potions. Oh, I need to buy the 6... Let's buy the red currant. And... Ooh, those are expensive. What are our random quests? Do I have 20 linen? Probably not. All right. Let's plant these things. Yeah, this is still not enough charcoal. Well, maybe it would have been, but now I have more things pulling from this. So I'm going to need to make, like... What I will probably do when I buy the other buildings is make a really big charcoal setup. Like... Probably double again what we have. So like 4 of these clusters making charcoal. Maybe more. It seems like I'm going through it fast. So... but I think I have everything. So what we do is we close the shop. Now I can grab the research for this. Set the recipe. So this pulls, in theory, 30 a minute. This makes 100, 200, in theory, 300 a minute of the red current. And this will pull 600. Each of these makes, what? 6.7 a minute? And if we want half, we would need 15 a minute. And I think we're making 20 a minute. So that's fine. All right. Oh, yep. And this is automatically set for vitality potions. We've got a couple of them there. That wasn't so bad. I mean, I spent 2 hours working on fertilizer and charcoal and other things that we need in order to actually be able to run this system. But like, we've got vitality potions. We definitely need more fertilizer and more charcoal. So those are going to be, I think, the thing. I might try to refactor this. Oh, it's tough to get space to run. Like Like another table beside this for the loop back. I'm not sure. Because tables are like 10 by what? 6? Yeah. How tall are these platform thingies? Oh, very tall. Yeah. That's this platform, isn't it? Okay, I think I can reopen the shop. We've got a few of these guys now. Not like heaps and heaps of them, but we've got enough that we can start making money. I might not be able to make enough in bulk to submit the quest, though. That's my concern, is that we're always going to be sold out of them. Yeah, immediately, people are buying the vitality potions. Oh, healing potions are actually starting to buffer, though. That's wild. Oh, probably because these guys are finally, like, full up on... Okay, yeah, that helps. Everything works better when the buffers start to fill up. Yeah, there's a lot of fertilizer buffered in some of these machines. Which is fine, it's just that it's, This has the satisfactory problem when it comes to input buffers. The thing that Factorio does really well is it gives machines enough input capacity so that when you're hand feeding them, you can give them a big stack of things. But then when they're loaded automatically by inserters, it will only load to like a small fraction of that amount. And that means that you don't end up with... I mean, you still can end up with huge amounts of things buffered on belts, but you don't end up with stacks and stacks and stacks of things in machines. And Satisfactory doesn't do that, and this game doesn't do that, and I really feel it when I'm building these, like, belt chains. They take a very long time to reach steady state because we have to buffer so much stuff in the inputs. But I think, I mean, we're going to have to make a little bit of money. Yeah, we're already sold out of vitality potions. Cool. But until I can... And I could try to expand it here, right? I can build a third floor. I can do... There's things I can do to try to keep expanding. But really... Until I can grab a bunch more floor space, it's hard to get, like, charcoal and... charcoal and fertilizer scaled up more. Oof. Today was very much a break-even day, but a bunch of that was stocking up. Well, certainly the stones, because that was a new build. I think all that money spent on logs is just how much money we spend on logs for charcoal right now. But yeah, we're going to start catching up a little bit on some of this charcoal demand at least. Down here, I mean, these guys are not running totally consistently yet. Trying. I'm sure I could figure out how much. So each crucible uses 4 heat per second. And doesn't each, like... Yeah, the furnace itself uses 1 a second. So this is like 12, 13 for each of these stacks. So that's 52 heat a second, which is more than 1. Jeez. Yeah, no wonder we can't fuel these. 104 heat a second. Plus 39 is 143. Plus 39 is 182. Minus 8 is 174. Plus 3 plus, so 177. Plus 45 is 222 heat a second. Divided by 48 is, and I may have been off by 1 in a couple places there, but like, call it 240. That's 5 charcoal a second we need to be making. Oh, and we're making like 2. No, like we're making like 4. Each of these makes 2 charcoal a second. So we're actually dangerously close to like break even. I think part of the problem is this whole system needs more than 2. So like it needs 1 of these all on its own just to fuel itself. Never mind this thing needing to run its own thing. So like whatever fraction of this we get out of here, isn't enough even for one, isn't enough for this. But even if it was, we wouldn't get... All right. So if I made 1 more charcoal setup, if I found a spot for 1 more charcoal setup, I think I could point like... Oh, I didn't figure out how much more we need upstairs. But it's not actually that much, is it? No, it's 16 more. So, well, plus... $13, $20. So maybe it's a little more than 240 a second. Maybe we need more like 6 charcoal, but still, each of these makes like 2 a second. So, and it's gonna, I guess, also bring in $32, $35. It's actually quite a bit of demand just to run each charcoal machine. So, Yeah, so each of these makes 96 total fuel units a second, 2 per second dust, and each dust is 48. It uses 1, 2, 3 plus 32, so 35 a second. So they produce a net of 61 fuel per second. So we have a net currently of 122 fuel a second. This system on its own needs 48, 96, needs 104. So that system on its own would only leave us net 18 fuel units a second. Plus whatever we need for everything else. Plus what we need as far as just charcoal into here, which is, it looks like 1 a second, so call that 48 fuel a second. Oh, and plus I forgot to account for the smelter here. So yeah, at least this is like more fully backed up, so we're sending more charcoal this way. But it's still only like 50 something a second. So realistically, this second build was totally useless because we can't actually fuel it. Cool. Yeah, what I need to do really is put like a splitter. And I hate to use a chest as a splitter just for the sake of having a splitter. Is there like a priority? A priority conveyor that's not... Oh, look at that. Priority splitter. Next tier. Okay. Because, like, these chests can act as splitters, priority splitters, but they also will buffer. And I guess it doesn't matter if we buffer a bunch of charcoal in more than one place. But having actual priority splitters would be nice. I'm not sure there's anything I can really do at the moment. Well, other than make more charcoal. That's always the thing I can do. I don't really want to make another charcoal build. Oh, look at that. That's 10,000 money. Beautiful. Boom. I don't know if I have the linen for this, but if I do, I can do that real quick as well. No, we don't. We don't have the linen for that. This one, we probably haven't accumulated enough glass yet. Maybe, though. Oh, yeah, we have. Never mind. Let's get that order submitted as well. All right, so 5 of these, I think, is 5,000 copper. So we only need another, like, 3,000 copper to be able to buy the other area here. But let's start getting to work. Oh, I can't drag these ones. I can zoop almost everything in this game, but not floors. I know there's no vitality potion. I'm working on it, buddy. Okay. Let's do wooden walls inside. And a floor above. Yeah, and these aren't going to be supported, are they? Oh, just barely. Perfect. I'll take that. Cool. Let's do a really big charcoal build. How many belts of charcoal do I want to get out of this? I don't know. At least 4. Each of these spits out 1 whole belt of charcoal. So that's 3, 6, 7, 8. I can in theory do 11 along 1 face here, but realistically, like, this is a module unto itself. Can I get all of this to fit on a single floor piece so that I can call it like a single module? I bet I can. Let's play with that. We're gonna copy this. Oh, I need stones. I don't have stone. Up here? So yeah, these guys all output. Oh, whoops. This module is what we want. Oh, I'm out of wood too. Jeez. That works. So that comes down here. And then these guys need to be able to fuel themselves first. So we need to have the priority figured out to here so that we bring in which side is the priority? It's the left side, right? Left side. Same thing here, left side. Yeah, okay. Mildly annoying, but we'll make it fit. Actually, that's fine. And then we output from it here. And then as long as my tables can fit here and this doesn't interfere with the table positioning, which let me again grab the portal sigil because I need one of those. Grab a couple of them. We're going to need them. Oop, end of the day. Yeah, it thinks I made so much money, but I spent it all on real estate, so. All right, let's grab these tables. Look at that. And now I'm pretty sure I can do this. Oh, I can't copy the floor. I can copy the tables. I can't copy the floor. Shoot. So all this stuff that I thought I had made really easy to copy isn't. Okay. So what if instead we're still going to pull this in to like the edge of the table? Well, no, let's... Let's cut that. Let's grab... I mean, certainly we can do table, table. Put all this stuff on a table. Well, most of it on a table. Doesn't quite want to reach, but we'll make it work. The thing that I don't like about this is that when I bring in the other table parts, it doesn't really line up nicely and it takes up a bunch of space. Right? Like, yes, we can bring this in here. But it's not, well, one, I just put it in the wrong spot, but also, this is not ideal. If we put a table this way. We can get the charcoal down, so that's a start. Except we do still need to split this. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize you could get away with only supporting these, like, on their foot. But if I do, like... this kind of deal... and this kind of deal... and then this... I mean, honestly, the output can be on this side. I'm okay with that. Which means that all of these could now be blocks instead of... oh, but that's the wrong output, isn't it? We want this one to go out. And this one to be... so that would be the output. And then we just need to get these hooked up to all these guys, which is still a lot. I feel like we're still on effectively a second table, which is really not what I wanted. Wait. Why can I do this now? I couldn't do this when I was trying to do this before. Oh, because that's deconstruction, not copy. Yeah, copy, I can't do it. Okay. Because, yeah, I can bring this over, but I still have to have a way to get all of these paths up, which, like, maybe we can do. Actually, this might be manageable. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. All right. It is pretty much ad break o'clock, so I'm going to let Twitch run its ad break as is its wont. But I think we got this figured out. I think we've got this to 3 tables for a charcoal build, and those 3 tables will fit on 1 floor tile, which is awesome. That's what I was trying to get to, was a single floor tile charcoal build, and we've achieved it. I'll see everyone shortly. All right, we're back. So, I mean, I think this is exactly going to be what I want. So let's, the thing that I'm curious, can I push all of these things forward by one? Yes, I think so. I think if we do this... and we grab all that. Yeah, not by two, but by one, yes. And it's kind of trying to clip, but we'll accept that. It's probably, I don't know, how many coins worth of logs get buffered here? Is it worth grabbing multiple purchasing portals? Like, do we end up with more coins worth of logs stuck in this buffer? Probably not. Maybe. All right. And then here... we need... and... there we go. It's a little silly to have these guys up on tables with the extra paths, but it keeps it all stackable, right? So now I can take this whole thing that's on 3 tables. Yeah, the whole thing's on 3 tables. The output is in kind of a weird position. Yeah, do I want to try to fix that? Is that worth trying to fix? Because what I almost want to do is route the output back to, like, the front here. I think it's fine. Like, it's not that hard for me to do just, like... bop, bop, bop. Bop, right? As part of, like, hooking one of these things up. All right. So I want, like, as many of these as I can fit, honestly, in this room. One. Oh, I need wood. I'm going to need lots of resources to build all of these things. Let's grab another stack of nails. Let's grab another stack of ingots. Yeah, 2, 3. Oh, and I'm out of portal thingies. All right. Maybe I should have started these at the other end. Are we going to be able to get... Yes, just barely. And then the money will come in from somewhere. Honestly, I might drop it in from, like, this ceiling. Yeah. Because we got space right here. I could pull the money down. I mean, ideally to here. I might have to do some stuff with, like, stands over this or something. We'll see how close to the wall I can get a belt up there. Because I've already got money going in that direction. Whoops, end of day again. Oh, we can go, like, all the way to the wall. Okay. Does that not go? Yeah, that way. All right. The other thing we need is each of these is going to need a... Nope. Try again, Brennan. I should actually be able to copy that, shouldn't I? Pop. I should be able to do 4, maybe 5 of these in here. But I do need a couple more portal gizmos. So, ooh, I actually also do have enough money right now for, give me that silver. I have enough money to buy this other plot of land as well. So let's do that. Because over here, we're going to do fertilizer. Buy 5 plots of land. All right. We got an achievement. Oop. All right. Well, we got one more. Yeah, we can fit 5 in here. Cool. And these will all be, like, fully self-contained. With respect to... like running themselves. So they're each going to spit out, like, again, I think I said it was of the 96, they use 33 fuel value a second, and they produce... Oh, shoot. I'm an idiot. This is all wrong. I didn't handle grinding the charcoal into coal dust. So we're going to have to deal with some excess building materials for a little bit while we get ourselves reorganized. Oh, geez, it's all logs. Ugh. Like, it's fine. We'll get all these logs put in place where they're going to need to be when we rebuild it again. But it's just a pain. Okay, so we're trying this again. The goal is to get as much of our charcoal into an easy to copy and paste setup as possible. I was trying to get one that would fit on one tile. Maybe 2 tiles is more reasonable. So let's take this part. We're just going to copy and paste a bunch of these bits and pieces over to where they need to go. And then we'll figure out how to fit it all together. We need these 2 tables. And we need this table, which is currently handling the... I think getting 6 grinders into the system is not actually going to be that hard. Like, especially if we're willing to do some 3D building, and I'm totally willing to do some 3D building. It's just that I didn't account for it. Didn't think about it. Okay. So... let's, once again, let's grab a table Let's grab these. And let's start at, like, the top here. Because, like, if we can come down... here. And then... that's 6 right there. So... there we go. Now we've got, like, stands here, right? So now it really is just a matter of getting this routed, like, in and out. All right, this actually might not be so bad after all. That's not going to work, though. So it is going to have to be something like that. And some stands here. Oh, look at that. Fits. All right. I'm willing to work with this. That is very, very reasonable, I think, at this point. So this thing is going to get the same... I mean, honestly, it's a rebuild, so maybe I just rebuild it in place. Ooh. Can we please? That? There we go. That's what I was trying to do. And that? Okay. So that should do what I wanted now. This thing is still pretty copy and pasteable. It's just going to be 3 whatevers. We do have to deal with our 4 ramps up, which are going to be... there, there, there. So hopefully I can make all of these fit where they need to fit. Yeah, I'm going to be able to. It's going to be snug, but it'll work. Then this last one needs to come in. Guess we're getting more blocks. Oh, no, it doesn't go there, does it? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And then... Cool. The end of day thing continues to be somewhat annoying to me every time it happens. Ugh. All right, that goes there. This comes through here. And coins come across the back. So this isn't like perfectly easy to copy. It's, I do have to grab these few stacks of wooden platform doodles. Do I have like a bigger base plate that I could use? I do have the bigger lab stands, don't I? I could use one of these here just so that it's one less thing to copy. That would be the whole reason to do it there, would just be to keep the copying to a minimum. But like... it's not that bad. That's the whole thing. I think what I do want to do, though... I'm gonna have the... thing at this end. The purchasing portal. Just because that'll make it a little easier when I'm customizing at this end to bring the belt of money in. I want it to have path forward. All right. That is... I think that's the build now. For real this time. It actually turns it into charcoal powder like it's supposed to. It's fairly dense. I'm sure it could be denser, but I'm reasonably happy with it. Needs more wood. All right. And needs more wood and stone. This is going to be my life for a little while. And this one has to go away. More nails. Do I have more nails here? Might have to go grab more nails. Yeah, these ones are all... Jeez. Yep, let's grab more nails. But I think we're pretty good. Also more wood. More wood we definitely do have here. And then wood, stone, and I need one more portal thingy if I want to do a fifth one. Which, like, I do want to do a fifth one. I just need to get the portal thing so that we can. Let's grab some logs and start loading these up. All right, that's all the ones that we can actually put in here for now. But we will get... We'll put the rest of these in before we... before I actually wire in the money. So that way they do get used up. And I also do want to put one more of these builds in, so that will also... will also let us put some of those excess logs to use. Need a little bit more wood and a little bit more stone. Okay. Sure. Oh, I'm out of wood again. Okay. I got, like, exactly enough wood to hook this up. All right. Oh, I'm sitting on one fertilizer and some sand. I should really clean out some of this stuff from my inventory that I don't actually use to build things. So I think to bootstrap these, I just have to drop like any sort of fuel into some of these furnaces, and it'll start going. Don't necessarily want it to be just don't necessarily want it to be just wood, but since our existing charcoal is kind of a mess, it might end up being just wood. Yeah, I don't think we have any charcoal buffered anywhere, so I'm just going to drop some wood in here and let this thing start running. And again, I'm not going to hook coins up just yet. Because I want some of these logs to get used up, and then I can put the rest of these logs into the system. All right, we see... Yeah, and it's properly prioritizing the feeding this system first before it starts trying to output anything. Sweet. Now we have to figure out our belt work. Because, like... each of these is like a partial belt. So each of these guys is consuming what? 1, 2, 3... 35 fuel value a second, which is some fraction of a... It's about 3/4 of a coal dust per second. Charcoal powder per second, with its 48 fuel value. So... that means that each of these outputs 1 1/4. I feel like I should just treat each of these as outputting 1 coal dust a second and just merge the belts together and call it a day. And I'll have 2 fully saturated belts. They're not going to quite run at full speed, or the machines won't quite run at full speed, but I'll have like 2 and change belts out of each of these. If I had priority splitters, I could push the extra, like, half. That would go with this one. That's a little more than 1, right? And that would get us, like, 3 full belts out. But how far am I from actually having priority splitters? A while. Although I do have chests. I can use chests as priority splitters, right? If I do... that for each of these. And then, actually, you don't need one. I lied. so yeah, your main output comes over here to join with this. And then your secondary output would go out on its own. And then your main output merges with it. And then your secondary output goes out on its own and yours merges. I don't know if this is quite going to work right. Like, I'm not sure if we're actually going to get our 4 belts a second, if it's going to, like, overflow correctly everywhere I want it to. It'll be close, though. And I'm willing to accept close. But yeah, these take turns. This isn't actually, like, merging in with this and only pulling out what it needs. This is alternating, which isn't really what I want. But I wonder... This doesn't have docks on the chests. Really, I just need the priority splitters. And potentially priority mergers. And that would do what I need. Yeah, priority splitters and priority mergers. Which don't have any weird costs. So, like, I really do just need to get to level 5, and I can start researching these things. So that's just a matter of getting vitality potions, like, working right. Cool. Let's get a couple of these coal belts dragged out then. All right, so that's going to be like a whole belt of charcoal feeding this one. And then the overflow from that. Maybe I should do this purely with chests. I'm going to end up with a bunch of charcoal in my inventory right now, but that's okay. I can dump it in the chests when I'm done. All right. So this is going to come all the way over here to like here. Except not quite. This one's going to come all the way over here to here. I'm actually going to do this backwards. We're going to do this the other way. Instead of feeding towards the front here, it's going to feed towards the back. All right, and then that's our first output. And then this needs to loop back. Oop, that shouldn't be connected. Right, the overflow from this one feeds into this one. And then that'll be another belt of output. And the output of this one will feed this one, which is the next belt of output. And the output of this one. I don't have the wood for. But I think, I don't know. Hopefully that'll do what I want until I can get actual priority splitters in the system. Because this will use, I mean, the better part of a whole belt unto itself, right? So... Cool. Now we should be able to hook up the money in. Have I found all the bags of charcoal powder that got flung everywhere? Probably not, but... Let's see if we can get... Ooh. Yeah, that's not going to work there. Because I can't get a support up high enough. So it's going to have to be like this with one of those and then one of those. But I think here we can get away with just the single step back instead of the double. Yeah. And then zoop that and zoop that. I need wood. Awesome. So I want to run another belt of charcoal over to I'm going to hook this up here. And I'm going to let these two basically just run bricks. And then I'm going to bring two over here. from our new setup. One. It's going to come in here. I think that's right. Hard to tell. There. So this is going to be the fuel for the other charcoal. Grab more wood, because I'm always out of wood. All right, so that's the charcoal for this guy. So these guys are now both hooked up to like dedicated charcoal lines that can actually keep them fully fueled, which has just never happened before. I say that, but I'm not sure it's actually hooked up. There it goes. End of the day again. Still don't care. I think I can make 17 of those a day, by the way. I think that's why I'm selling exactly 17 every day. I don't think they're buffering. I think that's just what I can make. Well, no, we actually do have a few. We need 100 of them though, so we're still not there yet. I'm hoping getting more fertilizer going is going to help get us what we need as far as being able to make more vitality potions. What do we got for random quests? They all want vitality potions. 30 healing potions and a bunch of bricks. Yeah, nothing looks good as far as random quests go, to be honest. All right. I need to get one more coal belt all the way over here. That'll run these two machines. So let's run that through. And it is at break o'clock again. So I'm going to step away and get a little more water, as I usually do during the ad breaks. And then we'll figure out what the next thing to do is when we return. I appreciate folks sticking around through the break. There we go. And we still have extra charcoal. Excellent. Cool. See everyone shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging out through the ad break. I do appreciate it. It looks like the sort of overflow setup does seem to be working. It's buffering a lot more of this stuff than I wanted it to. But we are getting our, 4 fully saturated belts out, and that is what I wanted to see. So I'm happy with that. As far as advancing the quest book, we need 100 vitality potions, and right now we're selling them as fast as we can make them. So we may have to make vitality potion crafting a little bit bigger. I'm hoping that we're shipping enough fertilizer now that, like, well, this hasn't even necessarily turned on full scale, right? Some of these aren't even running because they're just not getting enough fertilizer. So that's and fertilizer was blocked on charcoal. So getting the fuel build up and running was part of trying to get that build running more quickly. Other than charcoal, oh, we are backing up on healing potions though. Look at that. That's good to know. Oh, I didn't put an output buffer on stamina potions, did I? Nope. There we go. Not that it matters yet, but, like, eventually, hopefully, as we get more of this going, we'll be good. So yeah, we're ultimately making 300 juice a minute, which is enough for half of this. Once all of this does turn on full speed, once the belts kind of saturate past the various past all of the different nurseries, we should be running this machine at half speed, which is like 3.75 a minute, which isn't super fast, but hopefully will be enough to keep up with, like, demand, so that we can, well, one, presumably we can sell those for quite a bit of money. I haven't even looked. Sells for 330. Yeah, better sell for a lot. But also, we need to be able to buffer, 100 of them. I guess I could set up a second, just duplicate this whole build, and use that just to buffer them for myself, but it is unclear to me if we're getting enough fertilizer for that. So I'm not totally sure on that one. I guess I could run a fifth belt out of this if I really wanted to. Didn't really think about that, but this all overflows all the way down. The fifth belt would not be a full belt. But if any of these ones aren't fully saturated, it would sort of overflow onto each belt. Because my belts are 2 a second, and 2 a second coal dust is 96. We're getting 61 out, so each of these is a little bit less than 2/3 of a belt. So like 5 times 2/3 is 10/3. Oh, that's only like 3 1/3. So maybe we're really only getting like 3 full belts out of this anyway. And this fourth one really basically is just overflow. In that case, well, we've got 2/3 plus 2/3. That will push a full belt here, overflow a third. Plus 2/3, but they're actually slightly less than 2/3, which means... Yeah, if this belt was fully drawn from, this belt would not be at full power, and there would be nothing to overflow here. And then this belt would be just under 2/3, and this belt would be just under 2/3. So... I mean, it's fine, but not completely ideal. I should build a workbench again. I haven't had one in a while. Where would I want to put this? Because I bet I can still buff my inventory and stuff. Gloves boosts restocking speed, and I could not care less. Inventory is worth buffing, though, right? Yeah, if I can gather a bunch of linen thread. Which... I don't know if I buffer linen thread anywhere. I guess I don't. Although once this fully backs up on rope, we should end up with linen thread, like, in some of these machines. Which is not a lot of linen thread, though. Yeah, more of these are starting to be fully saturated, which is good. And this should be running pretty close to actually half speed now, which is gonna help, but it's still gonna be a while before this can actually start buffering. I do think I'm gonna have to expand fertilizer production again, which probably means, well, it'll be just like the charcoal rebuild, I guess. Now that I have this space available, right? So we need to be careful about tearing down this wall, because I'm pretty sure if I just tear down this wall, a bunch of this stuff is going to vanish because it won't be supported. So that's important. But other than that, here, let's start getting this area kind of figured out. At least get the floors in place. Oop, end of the day again. And this is where we need to be careful. Maybe we're okay. All right, everything is sufficiently supported elsewhere. I don't know how, but apparently it is. I'm not complaining. Wood. Always wood. Two, three. All right, and then these two I can't actually do. I'm gonna need something to support them in the middle here, which for now can just be that. Oh, look at that. Look how much space we have. I don't know if we want all of those to actually be covered like that, so we'll shuffle some things around, but yeah, I think this is coming down in a bad spot. I think it's coming like right where I would want. No, maybe not. The last of these would go right here. So that's fine. And then skip 2. And then there. Yeah, so we'd have to maybe do. Oh. Do like that. And then we can do 1, 2, 3. And that would work fine. So that elevator is not in the way. Obviously, routing 3 things down into this area is going to be snug. I mean, ideally, I guess I can move these nails and bricks to be more up against this wall. And then I can route things from a wall up top someplace to get them down to this, to these slots that aren't being sold from yet. So I think that'll work fine. Potions are a different mess because I don't even know if I can get 4 things. I might have to set them, like, stack them to get more things that can fling to the potion shelves instead of having them on the floor. All right, what are our goods here? Yeah, I can't do any of these. I guess I could get bandages made now that I have potions backing up, and in theory have linens starting just barely to back up. Like, getting bandages hooked up off of the spares of both of those would be fine. I do need linen to accumulate a little further, though, before I'm willing to do that. But then that's one more thing we can sell, right? So that's a nice thing to have. Yeah, this is all, like, actually buffering, like, stuff. Ow. Darn it. I really need to put some railings around. How's that doing? Fully buffered, fully buffered, fully buffered. And this one has some spares because I threw a stack in it. but that's good. If this is actually getting enough that it can overflow, I'm pretty happy. Like, if this is actually going to back up on the amount of fertilizer that it's got, then I think that means that we're actually making enough fertilizer for, like, the whole base. Barely. Just barely. But we are making enough. I probably do want to take this last coal line and make one more fertilizer setup with it. I think that would be a worthwhile endeavor. I don't know if I want to copy and paste these existing ones, though, or if I want to see if I can do it a little bit nicer. This is pretty close to being as compact as it's going to get. Like, this stage is pretty good up to here, I think. And then from here into the grinders, this part could be a little more compact, I guess. I'm not sure it needs to be. And of course, it's just hard to copy and paste because the stone furnaces are down here. That's the big thing, is like getting the fuel hooked up to the stone furnaces as part of the copy and paste process. But what do I need? I need to go buy a who's a what's it, and I need some more wood. Okay. Wood is easy. Buying a who's a what's it is easy. Do I actually have money in my inventory? Can I buy it? I have 1 silver. Oh, I didn't actually get all of the... table and the last one of these. Nope. 1 more of those. It says insufficient materials. Oh, I need clay. Okay. I'm just going to throw this down here for now. I do think that, like, everything to do with fertilizer does need, like, a rebuild the same way that I just, like, put in the effort of redoing charcoal. But I don't necessarily want to deal with it now. So this is going to need coins in, and then this last 2 tables. More wood. Always more wood. Oh, and small gears. This one? Now, We've got to have... That should work for the looping part. And then the outputs is here. More planks, always more planks. What do I need this to do? I need this to come in like here and merge with everything else. Think that's good? So this needs seeds. It needs a little bit of... fertilizer for bootstrapping. Do I have money still? Yes. And then this needs... Ooh, this needs coins to come into it. How do I want to do that? Ooh, that's actually really close to being something useful, isn't it? Ooh, but maybe not close enough. Maybe it is close enough. Maybe it is close enough. Maybe it is close enough. So if I take that, and we go up on... no, see, it's not quite in the right place. And I think... Even if I put it here, yeah, we're catching the edge. Darn. What if we do it from this side? Because I know that a ramp only needs to be supported at one end. So my thought process is like, do that, and then we can drop it like... That's not quite right, but you get the idea. It would be like that. Yeah. Oh wow, we sold 58 of those guys today. So yeah, we're making them a lot faster than we were before. But we're still out of money. And yeah, we can just take this right over here. Invert that direction. And that should get this last fertilizer module up and running, which I believe... I mean, we're probably already pretty close to making enough fertilizer, but like... one more module will definitely get us to more than 2. I think each of these is making 3/4 of a fertilizer per second. And a full belt is 2 per second. So 3 of these modules will get us up to like 2 1/4 per second, which I'm okay with. Yeah, these are looking good. These are actually fully accumulating, which means this is going to be fully accumulating soon, if it's not already. Yeah. We could put another 8 nurseries over here for this. I don't know if I want to, but I could. Yeah, I could do like 4 here, and then if I wanted to do the other 4, I'd have to tuck them somewhere else and route them. And I think I'm gonna. We may as well, right? Like the whole point of building all this fertilizer is so that we can run everything at the scale it needs to run at. So let's go grab 4 flax seeds. And if I get those running a little bit faster, I will also be a little more comfortable with turning on bandages on top of them. Because we're still not really... Yeah, we are... How far buffered are we on this? It's getting there. Okay, it actually is starting to accumulate. Vitality potions, on the other hand, are still not, so that's the other thing we might have to scale up is vitality potions. How's this doing? Good. This is starting to turn on. All of these are running. Excellent, 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 excellent. This will take a little while before it saturates its inputs. And once it does, again, it'll top up the belt from everything else, so. I definitely can also think about, you know, because we do have slightly more than a belt of total production, we can try to do something with priority splitters. But I think for now, I'm not going to worry too much about it. And then we might be able to double some parts of this. to get this up to running at full speed. We'll see how much fertilizer is actually coming through this system shortly, but don't have a lot of space to work under the eaves here, but I can make it work. And then we need 3 more of these guys. And now I have to try to do pipes again. Pipes did not go well the first time. Ooh. Okay. And we go this way. Okay. That works. Barely, but it works. We're gonna need another stone crusher in here, so we're gonna have to adjust some of this. I'm gonna have to get fuel into another... Ugh. I certainly didn't make that easy for myself, did I? Well, let's go buy the 6 plants we're gonna need. At least get that started. Oh, maybe not. Just spent all of our money again. Probably it's all right here. So yeah, this will take a... Oh, cool. Yeah, this is fully saturated around its loop. So we're doing okay. And I think that means that we should start, once we start to see these coming through here, I expect this to be a full belt. And all of these will start to back up a little bit. Although I could probably get belt speed up another quarter item. That would be enough, right? Because it's currently 9 quarters of an item a minute is what we're making. So yeah, if I take that, which was my second to last point, that should get the belts fast enough to run all of this without backing up. Just barely, though. So, you know, depending on how much stuff is coming in at different times from the different machines, they might look like they're backing up and then catch up and then leave a gap again. But they should be exactly what this system can run. It does seem to be the case that these kind of buffered parts have stabilized at a certain length. I don't think they're getting any longer. So I think that it is indeed exactly enough. I want to change this to be like that because the left side is the primary output, and I want primary to still be making potions, and the secondary output will come out for bandages. same thing up here for these. I want to make sure that we're taking, yeah, we are taking the primary output. Let me build a wall. Build a few walls just so I kind of have an idea of where they're going to be and of where I want to be running things. All right, so those are 1, 2, 3, 2 gaps, 1, 2, 3 is how I have those set up. And that is, I think, to be lined up with how I run these in, which is fine. Even if they don't all necessarily run directly to a... So it'll be 1, 2, 3, skip, 1, 2, 3. Yes. Yeah, that looks the same. Cool. So this will come right down here. And then... we'll pull this around this way and get it up someplace where I can connect it with the overflow from potions. And those together will make bandages, and bandages will have to get routed in here. It'll be snug, but it's doable. I actually want to take these like way closer to the wall. Let me grab some more wood because I saw I was out and I know I'm making more belts. I want to get these closer to the wall so I have a little more space to work. Yeah. Now I have a little more space to work. When I want to bring the bandages in, I can do that. And then this belt will just zig around somewhere over to here. We'll have a table here with a... I'm assuming bandages are just made in an assembler. I haven't even actually checked. Crafted an assembler, 2 potions plus linen in 10 seconds. Sure, whatever. I'm just making them from overflow materials, so hopefully we make enough. If we don't make enough, oh well. And I don't know if these are going to be useful or not later, but we may as well hold on to them. I guess we don't want to go down yet. We want to come over here and then down. That will be bandages when they are made. Well, we spent all our money, as is so often the case. I think that was turning on this fertilizer module. We spent a ton of money on stone. But yeah, that hasn't backed up any further. So we are indeed pushing exactly one belt now, which is 2 1/4 items. I've upgraded it a little further. Yeah, and that's making it all the way to the end here. And over here, oh, I haven't planted these ones yet. So we have not turned these on. But this ought to have time to kind of fully accumulate. I want to do here. Let's just to make sure that this stuff is like that everything is splitting evenly between the two like halves. Not that it really matters, but this way it'll split here, and then it'll do the sort of overflow on each side. So that's all going to be fine. I need to figure out how to get another... If I'm going to drop something in here, I have to be able to fuel it, which is going to be annoying. But let's do it. And that's not what I meant to do at all. I think I've got just enough space around the legs of the tables to route a fuel belt in there. It's just going to be real snug. I'm not sure if I can actually, like, see where I want to be. Ugh. And then... There. There. Holy crap, it actually worked. And then we will need crucibles. Oh, I'm out of stone. We need 4.5 crucibles, in fact, for this build, so that's fine. And then this guy needs to get moved over because we need, I think we need 2 of them to run 5 of these. So we'll just realign these here. Oop, before I... Cool. Limestone. So that will be enough of this now. More than enough quicklime powder. So I think we really do just need to put the plants in the rest of these nurseries. Because, yeah, fertilizer's backing up here. So that is a good sign. And then we'll see if we end up with enough fertilizer coming down this way that I feel like I can add the last 4 nurseries or not. We might not get enough for that. It would be cool if we do, if we could actually run linen fabric at full speed, because I feel like linen at full speed is a little silly, and it would be a factory achievement if I could actually do it. Oop, didn't quite have enough. Did I see you make a little bridge over a line? Almost certainly. I feel like the little bridges over the lines are like the... They're very satisfying. I mean, you should check out the Discord for this game and see the blueprints that people are sharing. People have made just like super dense cubes of machinery that make endgame items. It's wild stuff. I am nowhere near as good at the game as those people. Did I grab more money? Yes, I did. You actually... I do it with the lab stand for symmetry, but you don't actually need it. The high end of the slope can go over. But that's unacceptable to me. Did I not? There it is. Sorry. I was still in construction mode. Running out of money on the... Yeah. As you can see, I decided to distribute coins instead of distributing, like, wood and stone and whatever else. I just send coins everywhere, and I've got the purchasing portals. Maybe not the best use of my money to have it stacked everywhere on belts, but... So I think bandages aren't going to have turned on just yet. Need to start selling soon before you go broke. Yes. A tip I was given, the loans are interest free. So if you're doing a big refactor, or a big rebuild, you can borrow the money and pay it back once the store reopens. Which actually... 17,018, not quite, but we're real close. This guy should be running full speed now. Seems like it. And this should be pretty close to 2/3 speed. All right, let's get the last... Yeah, I do need that one, unfortunately. All right. This, I think, is the stupidest thing I've done in this game. We now have a full-speed assembler making linen cloth, well, as soon as I buy the seeds. I think a full-speed assembler making linen cloth is probably overkill. But makes me happy. Actually, we might need this whole thing itself. Each of these runs... Each fertilizer runs for 12 seconds, so this runs one whole fertilizer a second just to these guys. And we're making 2 1/4, so... that'll end up being a significant chunk of what we're able to produce. I'm worried that this is no longer buffering here. How much does this use? Probably also... Yeah, this also uses 1 a second. Okay. So we might need more fertilizer even again. Jeez. But like if each of these is 1 a second and I'm at 2 1/4, that means that my other fertilizer use, which is, well, really just these guys, which is 5/12, so it's close to half a fertilizer a second. So we're not quite gonna have enough. I need a little bit more fertilizer. But we're really close. And stuff will, like, back up and buffer eventually, so... it's not a huge deal. Ooh, what's going on here? Stuff's not turning on. Oh, recipe not set. There we go. All right. I think I want to pay back my loan. I'm waiting for this to hit 5,000 or, 4 stacks of 5,000 coins. We're really close. Just having the loan paid off will be just a peace of mind thing so that I can grab it again when I need it. The next time I have a major rebuild to do. Ooh. These potions are actually starting to accumulate now, though, which is delightful. So we should be able to also wrap up the main quest pretty soon. All right, that's 25,000. Let's pay back our loan. What can we do as far as quests? Health potions and iron ingots? I can submit that. That's easy. And that is a bunch of money that we can hold on to for when we need to buy some stuff. Oh, I didn't set the recipe on this. Bandages. Wrong button. There we go. And we can return some iron as well. Don't need to return clay. It would be nice to return bricks, but I think the brick box is very full, so we're just going to deal with that in our inventory. Quicklime and sand. Okay. Oop. And a day again. Can I throw this sand in here? Not really. I mean, sort of, but it really doesn't want me to. We can get a few in each time, though. Come on. 4 more crafts, I imagine. It depends how quickly, or it depends where exactly my clicks line up with the belt loading things into it, right? There we go. And then quicklime, I don't think I can actually do anything with, because I think that goes into grinders, and grinders don't have a buffer. So I don't know what to do with this quicklime that I'm holding on to. That's just in my inventory forever now. Stone. This buffer's probably full. Yeah, that's fine. We'll end up using the stone anyway. All right. Oh, what are our new quests? Yeah, let's check that. Urgent request, 60 linen. I might be able to do that. That's a lot of money. Random quest, bulk order. We're close to being able to do this bulk order. Shelves are probably something I want to get, because, like, if I could put shelves on the wall and run conveyor belts across them, then that will really simplify some conveyor route or some belt routing. So that's a thing I would like to do. But which of these did I say I could do right away? Let's see. What was it? Was it this one? 60 linen? I think it's going to be a little bit annoying to do 60 linen because it's coming down here to get turned into bandages. It's not getting, like, buffered yet. Bandages have to back up before linen will start buffering. But I should be able to, like... There we go. 60 linen. Not the cleanest way to do that, but especially since it's an urgent request and it's so much silver. All right, I think I'm going to call it here for tonight. I think we're at a good stopping place. We're obviously still waiting for enough vitality potions. No, you were stealing ideas. I will probably be playing this again on Friday if you want to steal more ideas. But yeah, we're just waiting for vitality potions to actually accumulate in my buffer so I can complete the quest, and then we'll be on to the next tier, whatever the goal for that is. Transformation potion. But we're also gonna get like splitters and joiners, priority splitters and mergers, which I wanted. Steel, which I think I've wanted for a little while. So there's a bunch of cool stuff coming up in tier 5. And I am looking forward to it. So I appreciate everyone tuning in. As I said, I'll be doing this again on Friday, most likely. And tomorrow is a Factorio Pyanodons day. So we'll be back in the other factory. I'll see everybody next time. Thanks again.